Colleagues, please feel free to take your seats. We'll start in a minute or two. Colleagues, I think we are ready to start. A very warm and pleasant good morning to all our distinguished guests. We acknowledge your presence here at the beautiful University of Mpumalanga, and we look forward in advance to your esteemed participation in this very important roundtable discussion convened here on policy advocacy for collaborations between African and Asian universities on research, innovation, and entrepreneurship that will be held today and tomorrow, 12 and 13 February, here at University of Mpumalanga in South Africa. The university is also very pleased to host this year's convening of this auspicious occasion, and we certainly acknowledge also the leadership of the UMP's Center for Entrepreneurship, Rapid Incubator. My name is Aldous Strubel. I'm the Deputy Vice Chancellor responsible for research, innovation, and internationalization here at the university, and we are really very pleased, colleagues, to welcome you here. I think it is also quite appropriate that we have celebrated the International Day of Women and Girls in Science yesterday, a global event acknowledging the power of a usual mislooked sector of our population. And we do trust that the context of those discussions and that acknowledgement will really also bring bearing on the important discussions that we'll have today and tomorrow. This 2025 roundtable discussion will provide a platform for the presentation of innovative ideas from African and Asian universities on the collaborative models and mechanisms that can be established for advancement of research, entrepreneurship, technology and scientific innovations amongst members of the very esteemed University Incubator Consortium, and which I am very pleased about that UMP was one of the founding members of this consortium. The UNIIC collaborates with university partners across ASEAN, Indian, and African regions. Its objective is to enhance capabilities in assisting startups, in facilitating the exchange of knowledge and skills, and to foster resource sharing. The network also offers a diverse range of opportunities for participants to advance their business ideas. And a prominent network it is, with 25 university partners across 11 countries. Colleagues, I think that is something truly to be proud of. We acknowledge, yes. We acknowledge a range of participants today: Vice Chancellors, Deputy Vice Chancellors, senior university management representatives, senior private sector representatives, our national funder in South Africa, the National Research Foundation, a number of special guests, and I am very sure that our Vice Chancellor will mention the presence of our esteemed members of our University Council also present. Colleagues, we'll have a range of strategic discussions and engagements today and tomorrow. There's a prominent book launch that will take place at the Toko Maikisu Library, a wonderful gala dinner lying ahead tonight with an extraordinary keynote speaker that will be present. There'll be entertainment. You will be entertained. We will visit the Center of Entrepreneurship Rapid Incubator here on campus. You will get to experience our beautiful campus, our beautiful city and province, and you will let your hair down on Friday and Saturday with the tours. I don't think the program could have been compiled better to both have professional and intellectual engagements, but also really to make your travel to this country, to this province worthwhile, and to see everything that there is to offer. Colleagues, with those few opening remarks, it is really my pleasure to welcome and invite Professor Toko Maikiso, the Vice-Chancellor of the University of Mpumalanga and Chairperson of the Center for Entrepreneurship Rapid Incubator at the University. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director. Sanibonani. Dumelang. Should I start from the beginning? So that our visitors can hear how we greet one another. Sanibonani. Dumelang. Ausheni. Loshani. Loshani. Makwande. Dimasheroni. Molweni. Good morning. Goeiemorgen. Namaste. So that's how we greet colleagues here in South Africa. Let me recognize the presence of our Chair of Council, Mr. Mahlalela, the CEO of TENSA, Professor Diaga. We have members of the University Incubator Consortium who have traveled all the way from Asia. You are welcome. Members of the CIFERI Advisory Board who are here today, members of MENCO and Extended MENCO, Vice-Chancellors, as we call them here, and in Asia, they call them rectors, they call them presidents. You are welcome. Deputy Vice-Chancellors, that's now the Vice-Rectors, Vice-Presidents, senior management from the various higher education institutions, deans, heads of schools, directors for research, the NRF, our partners and collaboration guests, ladies and gentlemen. I hope I have not left anyone out. If I have not mentioned you by name, you are our distinguished guest and you are welcome. Between African and Asian universities on research, innovation, and entrepreneurship. On behalf of the University of Mpumalanga, I would like to express our appreciation for the opportunity to host the UNIIC Africa-Asia Roundtable Discussion. It is indeed an honor for UMP as a new institution to host this auspicious event. I would like to acknowledge the contribution of Professor Angelina Yee and Professor Kanayo Okuchuyuba for the leadership role they played in preparation for the roundtable discussion. We value such experiences as part of our pioneering journey. Luhambo lwemhlahlandlela. A special word of welcome to all our distinguished guests who are attending in person, as well as to those who are following our proceedings virtually. To those of you coming from outside the borders of South Africa, welcome to South Africa. And to those of you coming from outside the province of Mpumalanga, welcome to Mpumalanga, the place of the rising sun. The rays of the sun are a powerful symbol for the university, representing life, warmth, and energy. The warmth is not of the province only, but of the people generally. And I hope our guests have started experiencing our warmth. As the University of Mpumalanga, we love our location and would not want to exchange it for anything. We are one of the founding members of the University Incubator Consortium and have been actively involved in its activities right from inception. In 2022, our students won the Best Pitch Award at the Entrepreneurship Summit at the Asia Pacific University in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. In 2024, our students won the vertical on health and wellness at Puerto Princesa in Philippines. And I was present on both occasions. The roundtable discussion aims to foster collaboration and knowledge exchange among partners to enhance research, innovation, and entrepreneurship. The hosting of this roundtable discussion could not have come at a better time for the University of Mpumalanga. It follows after our 10th year celebrations under the theme of Decade of Excellence and Creating Opportunities. In addition, it coincides with the hosting of G20 by South Africa for the year 2025. The theme of the roundtable fits neatly with some of the issues that G20 routinely grapples with. This includes international financial stability, climate change, mitigation, and sustainable development. Indeed, we have long passed the phase where research and innovation were disconnected from the lived realities of nations. It is precisely for these reasons that universities are called upon to play their role by contributing to the achievement of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. It is not difficult to appreciate that there are synergies between the Africa-Asia Roundtable and the theme Solidarity, Equality, and Sustainable Development. President Ramaphosa could not have phrased this better in his observation that G20 underscores, I quote, the need for cooperation and partnership among the countries of the world. It is an opportunity to place the needs of Africa and the rest of the global south more firmly on the international development agenda. I close quotes. This theme is in line with the strategic direction of the University of Mpumalanga. Our vision as the UMP to be an African university leading in creative opportunities for sustainable development through innovation. We are guided in our ventures by the following values: excellence, integrity, diversity, collaboration, adaptability, relevance, and inspiration. A number of our values find expression at this roundtable discussion. As an engaged university, our institution places great value on partnerships, collaborations, linkages, and networks. And we have identified these as both drivers and enablers in achieving our vision. At a strategic level, and in line with UMP's Vision 2030, our goal is to make a pioneering, critical, and constructive contribution through the production and dissemination of knowledge. We are committed to using the university's knowledge assets to actively and creatively promote a vibrant economic, social, and political democracy in which all sections of society, particularly the poor, can find a meaningful place in society. We strongly believe that knowledge and skills are key assets to enable effective advancement and deepening of the quality and scope of democratic life in the world. With these words, you are wished deliberations that are fruitful and enriching. Please take time to get to know our scenic province and its breathtaking surroundings, such as the three rondavels, God's Window, Sudwala Caves, Pilgrim's Rest, Blythe River, a canyon, what we call the Panorama Route, and of course, the Kruger National Park. Thank you.
Professor Maiki, so thank you indeed for framing the intent and the vision not only of this esteemed and rapidly growing and expanding university, but also the intellectual vision and direction that we should and will focus on in our deliberations today. I think we very much look forward to not only hosting this auspicious occasion, but also to take the discussions further and craft that direction forward as have been done at all the previous gatherings. I cannot resist to say, when the Vice-Chancellor mentioned the extraordinary opportunity of South Africa chairing the G20 this year, and what that will mean not only for our country and the African continent, but what it will mean for our university. So the University of Mpumalanga is one of only 2 universities that will host the science stream of the G20 in South Africa during May this year. I think it also speaks to not only the intent of the university, but the extraordinary leadership that is provided and the opportunities that are created for the university's intellectual poise and positioning to be noticed, to be found relevant, and to be found leading. And I think that is the differentiator that we bring. Professor Maikiso, thank you very much for your kind words. As has been mentioned also, we have a very, very strong partner and leader in the fortitude and direction that Professor Angelina Yee provides. It's my pleasure to invite her. She's the Director of Research and Enterprise of the Asia Pacific University of Technology and Innovation in Malaysia. Thank you, Angelina.
Good morning to everyone. First and for all, just want to say thank you very much, for Prof. Toko, for agreeing to host, this roundtable. All right. And thanks to Prof. Aldo as well. We have seen many good friends today. So let me give you a brief background in terms of what is UNIIC and where are we, who we Consortium. So we actually came together, as friends, who are coming together to do something, that we are excited about. So we started in 10th of March 2022 with only 10 universities, and today we actually have grown to 25 universities. All right. So we have started with 8 countries and now 11 countries. So allow me to name the countries that are joining us in our journey today. We have Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, Vietnam, Cambodia, India, Uzbekistan, South Africa, Rwanda, Uganda, and Taiwan. All right, so welcome on board for those who have just newly joined us. So we started, by having the online, signing, because at that time it was post-pandemic. Some countries were restricted in terms of traveling. So it was amazing and a very bold, attempt, that we actually signed on the same time zone, all right, across 8 different countries, 10 universities, all right, online. All right, so we also came out in the press, to say that, this is the first initiative of Asia-Africa collaborations. And we also look into having more fun. We like the fun, all right, together. All right, so let me share with you what are the fun, that we had since 2022 till now. So this is our 4th years of our journey. So we started in 2022 by welcoming the 9 universities to Malaysia in APU for the Entrepreneurship Summit and the Startup Weekend. All right, so in 2023, we would like to thank our Vietnam partners. They hosted the joint conference in Consortium University and Travin University. In 2023, Demo Day and ASIP conference was hosted by APU. All right, and 2024, last year, first half of the year, we were in Philippines, hosted by Palawan State University, Western Philippine University, and also Mindoro State University, and supported by DOST Mimorupa. All right, so we had the Ideathon in the Philippines. So second half of the year, we were in Indonesia, all right, which is hosted by our Indonesian partners, Universitas Indonesia, Universitas Trisakti, Universitas Multimedia Nasional, and University Telkom in Bandung. So they have a good experience, moving from Jakarta to Bandung. And in the midst, I heard that there's a slight earthquake, all right. So they had to change, from the train, all right, into the buses. Immediately, it's like within half an hour. So that is how efficient, the partnership works. All right, and thank you very much for this year. We actually have South Africa hosting us. Thanks a lot to UMP. All right, I know despite all the challenges, I guess this is where we will see why it is important and difficult, for us to get the Asia Africa together. So despite all the visa issues, the vaccination issues, all right, we are here. All right, so we just want to say thank you very much, for those who actually made it here. Some actually bought their flight ticket last Saturday and they managed to get their visa on Friday on the dot. Yeah, so, and some couldn't make it, so they actually sent their regards because of the visa, not approved, because of vaccination needs to be undertaken in Thailand, for Vietnam and Cambodian partners. Uzbekistan do not have a SA embassy, so they need to fly their visa. And India, same issue as well with visa and vaccinations. So therefore, we see this as an opportunity, and now we know, all right, why we need to get together, so that let's look at the immigration policy, research policy that can actually smoothen out, all right, so that we can actually come together as a partner to work together. All right, so many asked us when we first introduced UNIIC, do we have a fee to join the consortium? We say, yes, the fee is called friendship. All right, so we actually agreed on the mutual agreement that the local host in a local country will actually host all the local grounds, F&B, and also the logistics. So can we just thank UMP for this, for all the local grounds, transportation, and arrangement. All right, so the rest of us will actually comes in with our own flight and hotel. All right, so let me acknowledge those who have been with us on the first journey since 2022, since our partners are here. So first of all, we have UMP. We are on the first 10 partners, who are together. So we have UMP, we have Trisakti, we have PSU, Palawan State University. All right, those are the first few that are embarked, on this journey together. But of course, along the way, we added many new friends as well. All right, so our new members that comes on board, all right, we actually have a few from South Africa. All right, we have Shall I name? Is it okay? I name the university. All right. So we actually have Tuas Wayne University of Technology. We have Sefako Mafkato Health Science University. All right. Correct me if my name is wrong. Yeah. I'm learning. All right. So we have Mangosuthu, from the Durban, and we have Taiwan. We have National University of Kaohsiung. All right. We have from here Philippines. We have the Mindoro State University, and we also have the OMSC, which is Occidental Mindoro State College. All right, we have the Adamson University with us, which are represented by Father Daniel. We have also the those who could not make it today is Western Philippine Uni and also DOST. All right, so those who can't make it with us today is Keynote Institute of Technology India, Chikara University India. In Uzbekistan, we also have Uzbekistan University, which is called the Milat University in the Uzbekistan. All right, and we have, who else that we miss out? We have University of Rwanda. Are you here? University of Rwanda, I have not met you in person. Is University of Rwanda here? No, not here yet. All right, so and we have the Makerere University from Uganda. Are you here? Not yet. Okay, so those are the new partners who actually joined on board with us. We have Cambodia. We have University of, we call it National University of Chasim Kamchamir. All right, and also we have Camtech, which is Cambodia University of Technology and Science. So in this year, all right, let me announce, May to 29th of May to 2nd of June, we will be hosted by Kombato Institute of Technology India for the Ideathon and Hackathon running concurrently on the same time. So it'll be Idea Hack and Hack Fest. So please approach me if you want to know more, all right, as a UNIIC members, whether how do you actually want to join us. So we actually meet online on a monthly basis, but there will be 4 sessions of the online training and workshops before the actual pitching sessions in Kombato. That will be South India. And in the year end, from 1st of 5th of December, we'll be in Cambodia, hosted by our Cambodian partners. So Camtech and NUSK, they will be hosting us, for the demo day come ASIP conference. All right. So next year we have Chikara, and we are still looking for another country partner to actually host the first half of the year. All right. So without further ado, I just want to say thank you very much for being here. Thank you for all the support. This is actually what we call as a friendship gathering, friends that gathering across the border, across the region, who comes together on the yearly annual events together. All right. Thank you very much.
Colleagues, can you feel and see the energy? Can you experience the leadership and the vision? And no wonder this network is growing so rapidly, that is growing so strongly with extraordinary partners. And that is what a network is about, the fortitude and the vision to go forward and to do collaborative actions in partnership and to continuously strengthen it. And Professor Yi, with your leadership, one can experience that, one can feel it, and this university network will grow from strength to strength. Thank you very much for your leadership. Colleagues, as Professor Maikiso has mentioned, a very central person that has always been a strong leader in the entrepreneurial and innovation space is with us today. This person has really assisted in co-crafting and positioning the university's leadership role in the broader innovation and entrepreneurship space. He is an eminent scholar at the university, and we have a lot to acknowledge him for the positioning of the university and indeed South Africa in the broad entrepreneurship space. You will know him very well as Professor Kanayo Ogejuba. He is from the School of Development Studies at the University of Mpumalanga, but he is also the center manager for the Center for Entrepreneurship Rapid Incubator. Kanayo, we are very pleased to hear your remarks on the objectives of our deliberations today and tomorrow.
Thank you, Program Director. Distinguished guests, kindly permit me to stand on established protocols by the chief host, Professor Mayakiso. Again, I extend my gratitude to all the participants and partner organizations who have gathered here today to add value to the discussion, which will foster deeper collaboration between African and Asian universities. This roundtable represents for us a unique opportunity to strengthen our academic partnerships, drive innovation, and promote entrepreneurship across our regions. From a global and regional context, this event has become contemporaneous because of the success of the East Asian Tigers, premised on total factor productivity, which is obviously anchored on research, innovation, and entrepreneurship. In today's rapidly evolving knowledge economy, our universities play a fundamental role in shaping research, innovation, and entrepreneurship ecosystems. Africa and Asia, as dynamic and diverse regions, share common strategies for economic transformations through higher education, technology, and enterprise development. Then the question is, why this roundtable? Firstly, entrepreneurship, particularly university-driven innovation, has the potential to unlock new economic opportunities, create jobs, and address societal challenges. Our universities in Africa and Asia produce world-class research, but many of the discoveries remain underutilized due to gaps in commercialization, policy alignment, and industry engagement. That is what we aim to bridge during this roundtable by sharing best practices, fostering collaboration, and developing sustainable strategies. This program is curated as such to cover 3 dimensions: research, innovation, and entrepreneurship. And for each of these dimensions, we're going to be having 2 panel discussions on them. Broadly speaking, the objectives of the roundtable, firstly, is to strengthen collaborative networks among African and Asian universities. Secondly, to advance research, innovation, and entrepreneurship as key drivers of socioeconomic transformation. And thirdly, to create a dynamic platform for knowledge creation, exchange, capacity building, and policy engagement that will foster South-South cooperation that will address shared development challenges through research-driven solutions and entrepreneurial initiatives. Specifically, we'll be looking at promoting joint research initiatives, IP commercialization, startup incubation programs being deepened, improving STEM education, and encouraging and improving circular economic principles. Our approach for this roundtable ensures that it aligns with the unique economic, technological, and policy landscapes of both African and Asian universities, while leveraging on our collective strengths for impactful research, innovation, and entrepreneurship. As you can see, we have 11 tables spread on the space today, and each table have got a chair. So the duties of each table is to elect a scribe. The session chairs will be explaining further. And if you look behind you, a flip chart is provided. That's why we're calling it the round table. The panelists will start the discussion, 2 or 3 minutes each, and when they finish, the discussion goes back to the round table. Each table is expected to deliberate, to discuss, and at the end of the day, present their findings within 2 or 3 minutes, as directed by the current session chair, because we want to collaborate and have a collective dimension on where we want to go with the outcome. So each table will summarize its deliberations, and people will be going around the tables to help if there are challenges, and you have the time allocated to you by the session chair. Colleagues, there is need for collective action. We must move beyond rhetoric discussions and commit to concrete actions that will transform our research, innovation, and entrepreneurship landscapes. Our long-term vision is set. Distinguished guests, let us work together to create a future where our universities are at the forefront of global research, innovation, and entrepreneurship. I look forward to insightful discussions, strategic collaborations, and impactful outcomes from this roundtable. Thank you.
Professor Ogajuba, thank you indeed. You have emphasized the criticality of diversity, of the strength that we bring in the expansion of the network. Also the focus that is quite clearly conceptualized even before this gathering of where we should emphasize our efforts, what our vision forward should and could be, and really bring traction to the decisions and summaries provided here. Indeed, it is a roundtable, colleagues, so there's work to do. It is not just a conference. We look forward to the modalities and the input that will be reported by each of the scribes and session chairs from each of the tables, and we look forward to your diligent and energetic discussion and innovation, if I might say, in the aspects that will be brought forward. At the end of the session, we will name and introduce the table chairs, also for your knowledge and introduction to these leaders around the table. Colleagues, we're starting with the substance of this discussion, and it's really a great honor to introduce today's keynote speaker. This is Professor Henk de Jager. He is the Chief Executive Officer of the Technological Higher Education Network of South Africa, or TENSA. Professor de Jager is a very well-known academic and academic leader and scholar in South Africa and further afield. He has played various roles, and that brings eminent experience to his current focus in leading this quite prominent university network. He was a Vice-Chancellor, a Deputy Vice-Chancellor, a Dean, a Director of various entities in higher education. He is an engineer by training. He holds qualifications in industrial psychology and in education management. His research focuses on innovation ecosystems, governance of higher education institutions, and strategic management leadership in higher education. Apart from the aspects that you'll see on his bio in the booklet, he is also a very nice person. So we very much look forward to welcome Professor de Jager as the keynote speaker. Thank you.
Good morning everybody. It's putting pressure on me now because I will have to be nice with you. So let me just get the remote, sorry. Thank you so much. Let me first of all thank the organizers for involving TENSA. It's indeed a great honor for us. And I would like to acknowledge Professor Mayakiso, the Vice-Chancellor of this university. And Prof, you indicated your theme is Decade of Excellence. And I can echo that, following your leadership, your drive, and I think with your team and of course with your University Council, you can indeed celebrate a decade of excellence. I would also like to acknowledge Professor Angela G. I would like to acknowledge the chairperson of the Council of UMP, Mr. Sabelo Mashlalela. It's good to have you close to the Vice-Chancellor. Vice-Chancellor, it's good to have you close to the chair. It is such a critical relationship. The Vice-Chancellors and senior staff at universities in Africa, Asia and South Africa, the government officials, business leaders from industry, as well as the development agencies, University South Africa, the SRC members, students, and then just to add to Prof. Aldo, Professor Kanayu, the center manager, and of course also with his support, her support, Irondina Mahile. I think you've done a great job with Professor Angelina, and well done for organizing this prestigious event. So, ladies and gentlemen, I was requested by the organizers to share with you a bit about TENSA, and then also at the end just to emphasize the importance of such collaboration which we will enjoy over the next few days. So the content, I will just give a brief background, especially for our international visitors, on the post-school education and training system. Then I will focus on TENSA, and then conclude with the unique focus, which is indeed unique. The post-school education and training system in South Africa, and sorry my colleagues from South Africa, you know it well, but there's about 370 odd PSET institutions in South Africa active, but you will know from the graph on the right side that it's predominantly dominated by on that graph by the private colleges and private higher education institutions in terms of the numbers. And of course the college TVETs are what we call public institutions, the same with higher education public. In my engagements with the colleagues in Indonesia and Philippines, I think you call it government-funded institutions. But it is very different on the next slide when you look at the student numbers, that it is actually the higher education public, which are the 26 public universities, right at the bottom, on the bottom right, that dominate student numbers, with the colleges, the TVET colleges, which is also then state-funded, about 1.6 million students at those institutions, which is very much different from our Asian partners present, where private university is fairly predominant in those countries. And then if we zoom into the 26 public universities, you will note that the traditional universities, there are 12 of them, the comprehensive universities, 8, and a comprehensive university is a combination of a traditional university but also offering University of Technology type academic programs, and then we have the 6 universities of technology. And why I shared this with you is try to explain where TENSA is coming from. And TENSA's focus is on that University of Technology, Universities of Technology and the comprehensive universities. So then about TENSA, and I will share the presentation or the organizers, so I will skip some slides, but I prepare it in such a way that you can read it at own leisure. So TENSA was established Africa Agenda 2063 and of course the digital technologies. And I will not take much time with the vision, it's just to again emphasize the vibrancy in terms of the in terms of our focus. Just on the value proposition, so just to capture briefly what I've said, and I hope you can read it from the back. I will just bring all up. So again, a strong focus on the capacity development. So you will see later on, we're governed by a board of directors, and that group of vice chancellors then will direct what the capacity building program should be for a particular period of time. And from that particular slide, you will see the focus areas. We do it with international and national partners. Of course, we need funding support, and we focus on the various different aspects from curriculum development for our entrepreneurship, innovation ecosystems, and much others. We governed, as I've indicated, by a board of directors from these member institutions in South Africa. So you will note the 6 universities of technology, and then University of Mpumalanga, University of Venda, also part, and Walter Sisulu University, Namibia University of Science and Technology, and then of course ATUPA is the Association for Technical Universities and Polytechnics in Africa. And these are our board of directors. You will see the famous Madam Vice Chancellor also somewhere there. And then we have got a very lean staff structure. And then the student profile, again, I will not spend much time, but just to give you an essence, there's about 250,000 students at these 10 member institutions, excluding ATUPA. So let me skip then to the next slide. What is important for TENSA is there must be a strong focus on STEM, and I will come back in my almost last slide. And at these institutions, they already have almost 10,000 students registered in master's and doctorate programs, which I think some of them are 20 years old and a few others older than that. And in the South African context, we enjoy a level 1 broad-based black economic empowerment, which again emphasize our focus on redress and transformation. So this was the actual request why I should be here, is to share some high-impact projects and programs that TENSA is currently engaging on. This was a Higher Education Reform Expert South Africa. It was a EU funded through the Erasmus Plus program. And I included this one because the second block, that one, you will see there was a strong focus on entrepreneurship at the back. And this is the current project that we are doing under the Erasmus Plus EU-funded project. And I included this one because the focus here is that entrepreneurship be the vehicle for transformation. So we're working with Eswatini, Lesotho, Namibia, and our Southern Africa partners. We have some European partners, and the whole notion is to focus on entrepreneurial universities. So again, a very exciting project. This was done on request from our Department of Science, Technology and Innovation in South Africa. And I see some familiar faces with my colleagues that were involved in these programs. At each of the public universities in South Africa, there's what we call a technology transfer office, initially funded by government. Now universities start taking ownership of these offices, and their focus is to enhance innovation, commercialization, of course, incubation and others. And this was then a capacity development program to broaden the capacity and enhance the outputs of these tech transfer offices through various programs that we've development for specific training programs. And one aspect was also the placement of these practitioners at international technology transfer offices, where we have partnered with Ireland and Germany. Then on entrepreneurship, there's a few of them that I will share with you. So the first one is the face-to-face entrepreneurship training workshop, supported by the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation. And this is for students then to cultivate their ideas that they might have and take the road with them or walk the walk with them to get to financial viable businesses. The next one is an 8-week online entrepreneurship program. This is in fact available for any student from any public university, accessible online. They can do it at their own leisure. And the idea is to instill that entrepreneurial thinking mindset amongst our students and help them with their endeavors to develop their own businesses. We've partnered with you will remember the college sector that I mentioned earlier, technical and vocational education training colleges. And this was a program that we've done with them, a year program, again to enhance the entrepreneurial mindset amongst the college students. We offer then also not only focusing on students, and I must say my colleague from University of South Africa is present. They're doing equally great work in the space of entrepreneurship, and also have some activity where we now focus not only on students but also on what we call the educators or the professors or the lecturers. Because if we can instill that entrepreneurial mindset in our lecturers, can you imagine how lecture rooms will be transformed? And it is not only one direction, boring theory and lessons, but it can become a real vibrant discussion, conversations in those classrooms. And then this was an initiative it's supported by the UK government, where we focus on a venture builder model. First was a deep tech venture builder, and then requested to have a phase 2, which we're currently busy with, is to focus on that framework for an entrepreneurial venture builder for Africa. We cannot achieve this without partnerships, and I think that is why an event such as this is equally critical to TENSA. And these are partnerships at a higher level, like MIT JWEL, you might be aware, but all our members are, the university members are members of JWEL at a reduced membership fee, and they have access to the MIT Innovation Weeks and many programs and initiatives that they offer. And then our national partners that I will not bore you too much with, but you will see there's a range of government, University of South Africa, our development agencies, business and industry, and equally so with our international partners. You will see on the bottom right, also with similar networks. So TENSA is not unique. You will find networks that are focusing on technology universities or applied sciences universities across the globe. For example, in Australia, Ireland, Finland, the Netherlands, Germany, they all have such a network to then enhance technology-focused universities. And then on research and innovation, So these are normally informed by our board of directors, and we will revise it later this year. I hope it is not too small for you to see from the back. It might be. But you will see it's very much aligned, as Professor Mayakishi said, with the SDGs of the United Nations, and equally so with this Africa Agenda 2063. But if you look at those themes, they're still so relevant, not only in the Africa context, but I'm pretty sure also in the Asian context. And the next one is just a summary of the research strength of our member universities. And again, you will see the Sustainable Development Goals pop up. And this is active research entities, programs at the member universities. And I'm sure our colleagues from Asia will recognize many of those. So lastly, just to focus on the importance from a TENSA perspective of this particular roundtable discussion, and I think the whole initiative of UNIIC. And I mentioned earlier, I think UNIIC is indeed very unique because it is such a great initiative. And you remember the partnerships that I've showed earlier. I skipped that slide deliberately quickly because there's not a single partner from our Asian universities. So I said to Professor Mayakisu, I think she invited me to say to me, Henk, what is happening there? Where are our Asian universities? So presidents of Asian universities, I cannot leave here on Friday if we don't at least start some initiatives, not only with individual universities, but also with TENSA as a consortium. So I don't want to provide you with a bleak picture or try to be negative at all. In fact, I see this as a major opportunity, colleagues, especially for universities to partner with all role players. If you look at this picture, yes, we know as a country, we currently have a very high unemployment rate, and you will see the 2023 figure Q2 in the graph, and you will see the bottom still above 30% at the third quarter of 2024, above 30. If we then take a step further and look at Africa as a continent, you will see the lighter blue countries are doing fairly well. The challenges are where you have the dark blues, which is close to 30%. So my first observation is that it is great to have the Africa countries involved and the universities coming on board and joining UNIIC, because we can learn so much from each other. Because obviously, this graph shows to me there's some countries in Africa that they do get it right. And what can we learn from them where we are in the blue blocks to gain some knowledge and exchanges and learn from each other to address our unemployment? If we take a step further, and our colleagues from Asia, you will know the figures, but this was what my sources were telling me. But on average, I just take a few selected countries in Asia, and some of you are linked to those countries. On average, a 3.4% unemployment rate. So again, I ask the question, what is it that you're doing right that we can learn from? Although I believe in any partnership, it must be a win-win situation. And even if you're respectfully doing a lot of things right, you can also learn a lot from the others that might have a 30% unemployment. It's always that exchange that is so important because it will benefit both parties. And then the next one, it's the second last on this aspect, is the youth unemployment. And this was a 2020 figure between the age youth defined as 15 to 24. And in this one, you will see the light blue, they're doing okay. And the dark blue and the dark blue are the ones that have some challenges. And in this particular one, it just illustrates again. So some can see it as a concern, some see it as a threat, some politicians. I see it as a wonderful opportunity. An opportunity for consortiums like this, an opportunity for universities in Africa and with all our partners, and we can fix this. I'm absolutely convinced. And lastly is the Global Innovation Index. How accurate this is, we don't have to debate today, but it does give some indication of the performance of countries aligned with the Global Innovation Index. And on this slide, you will see that the yellow and the light green ones and the greens, they are fairly high on the index, where you will see the blue and the greenish, what is that colored? Between green and blue, South America. And what is interesting on this one for our colleagues from Asia, the challenges according to this index in Africa is very much the same as in our Asian countries. And how can we as a collective fix this? So when we come back in 10 years' time, Prof. Mayakiso and Angelina, that when we have a graph like this, it will be the opposite, or at least it will be yellow and green all over. So I'm concluding with a few remarks, and it is a few common areas. And just to say, but in terms of us as a global network present here today, and when we focus on these particular aspects, we know the power of education. We know what is the right training for our young minds. We know the importance of research agendas and many others, and I will just make a few statements. And I'm pretty sure, and you also mentioned it, the previous speakers and Prof, the importance of regional and entrepreneurial innovation ecosystems. And when we look at all these aspects, we come to a point that say, but this is common areas, irrespective of in which country you are. And then lastly, I promise you I will come back to STEAM, science and technology, interpreted by engineering and arts. And I think there's still some countries that as a challenge, respectfully so, that the focus is so much on STEM that we neglect the humanities part. I always say I'm an engineer by profession. You need the humanities to make sure that the engineers at least are humane, because sometimes they can build a building and forget about the impact on humanity, on environment, and many others. And this slide I will not go into detail because it was said. I just illustrate again, Prof. Kanyanu explained it, Prof. Mayakiso, Professor Angelina. But if you look at the aims of UNIIC and of this roundtable discussion, if we look at these aspects, colleagues, and we look at the picture that I shared with you, and the unemployment, the youth unemployment, the Global Innovation Index, these are spot on. I think as a collective, we can fix it and we can make a difference. I'm so convinced, colleagues, as Aldo said, I had a privilege to spend 30 plus years in higher education. And I'm always so impressed with the young minds. When a first year student, there's so much potential. But it is for us to create that environment to unlock that potential. And I think in the entrepreneurial innovation space, what a great vehicle to do so. So just to illustrate again the importance of this theme. And then my last slide, and I included this, Prof, because of Mpumalanga, one of the most beautiful provinces in the country. I'm sure you will say the most beautiful one. But for us is just to remind ourselves is really to embrace the quintuple model that is so critical, colleagues. So whatever we're doing, that we embrace the environment, that we use the environment to inform our innovation focus. And then lastly, as I've indicated there, that we should, as a collective, enhance those entrepreneurial innovation ecosystems to ensure that impact in society and grow the economy. So with that, I would like to thank you for the opportunity and all the best for the rest of this roundtable discussion. Thank you.
Colleagues, please allow me to sincerely thank Professor De Jager for that most excellent and appropriate overview. Professor De Jager has really transformed the vision and the operation and the strategic intent of TENSA, and it plays a critical role in advancing the objectives of this network in South Africa and rapidly further afield. The role of the network, of a network, has again been emphasized, and I think our next step, also informed by what Henk has indicated, is to start networking the networks. So each brings their own perspective, its own strength, but the synergy and the diversity of a range of networks will certainly take us into a considered direction that is carefully mapped, but also prioritized in the areas that we need to indicate. A second comment is the emphasis that Henk has played on the role of technology transfer officers at universities. And there are various forms or guises or roles that these TTOs play, but technically they are the same and similar at almost all universities. And that drive and focus is sometimes slightly isolated. It is sometimes very integrated into the university, but the intent remains critical of that role. I cannot resist to say that we're very pleased that UMP will announce in the next 2 weeks the establishment of its first technology transfer office, and we're really gratefully. I'm going to ask you to applaud in a moment again. And we gratefully acknowledge the leadership of Dr. Naledi Ntite, the Director of Research Management at the university, who has taken that further. So the second round now. Colleague, a last comment on Henk's keynote address. We have astounding figures that are staring Africa in its face. Are you aware of the youth bulge in Africa? That by 2030, 60% of the population in Africa will be under the age of 25. Are you aware that by 2030, the global youth population will be represented by 42% of Africa? If ever there's been an extraordinary opportunity, it is now. And that this also calls upon us in our deliberations today and tomorrow to keep in mind the trajectory or the pipeline of impact that is foreseen when we speak of entrepreneurship, job creation, innovation. And I think that will remain critical for us. Henk, thank you again for your extraordinary remarks, which has really very aptly framed our discussions for today and tomorrow. Another round of applause, please, for... Before we start the next very prominent session, colleagues, I'd like to take the opportunity to introduce you to the table chairpersons that assist and guide the discussions during today and tomorrow, and will also work very closely with the table scribe that we would ask each table to please identify themselves. This is also an opportunity to not only allocate the chair, but introduce these table leaders to you and to the House as we go forward. For Table 1, I'm very pleased to introduce Ms. Princess Boipelo Jarvis from the Consortium of Mining of Universities in Africa and Russia from South Africa. Colleagues, for Table 2, it is Dr. Katamba Asha from the Open University of Tanzania. For Table 3, Professor Kardas Trisakti in Indonesia. For Table 4, Mzonde Zezanele from the Mpumalanga Economic Growth Agency in Mpumalanga, who will arrive shortly. Thank you. For Table 5, we have Ms. Mendoza Leonel from Mindoro State University in the Philippines. For Table 6, Dr. Emmanuel Chikwatamba He's the campus director of our other campus at the University of Mpumalanga. For table 7, Dr. Naledi Ntite, University of Mpumalanga, Director, Research Management. For table 8, Professor Stanley Collin from Namibia University of Science and Technology, the Deputy Vice Chancellor for Research. We have then, for table 9, Dr. Ramon from Palawan State University in the Philippines. Then for table 10, we have Dr. Sare Emilia from Universities Trisakti in Indonesia. And finally, for table 11, Dr. Nesamvuni from Tshwane University of Technology, Executive Dean. Colleagues, thank you indeed in advance for your leadership and guidance of the discussions. It is quite critical. We do invite open discussion and active participation around the table. You are free to facilitate your own process of engagement, but as has been indicated, there's a flip chart at every table to assist with the deliberations, and then the short feedback mechanisms during the appropriate times after each of the thematic session for you to provide feedback. I'm very pleased to introduce then the last session, and Henk, you took the wind from my sails because I wanted to make the joke to call UNIIC unique. We really have an opportunity, colleagues, with this uniqueness of extraordinary network. And we celebrate and formalize today the signing, re-signing of memoranda of understanding among the UNIIC members that will focus on the promotion of technology and knowledge and technology sharing between educational institutions of this growing network, of course, the promotion of student and staff academic mobility, and of course, joint entrepreneurship activities. And it is this mobilization, colleagues, that really takes us forward, not only just about the formality of an agreement, but that frames the intent, that frames the engagement for us to go forward. I'm very pleased also, but this will happen separately, that a number of universities are concluding their own bilaterals during today and tomorrow, while those member universities and their representatives are present. So we are very pleased about that. So colleagues, Professor Yi will lead us, just a few remarks on the process. We will please request the main signee from each of the partner universities to gather outside and take their seat at the indicated place at the signing table outside. Number 2, you are free, please, to witness this signing. But after the signing and an official photo of the signees, we will return to this venue, and we ask for you, please, to witness the traditional exchange of gifts among the member universities. So firstly, please ask our main signees to exit to the outside, and you are welcome to witness that before we return.
And then, anybody else we're missing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And one more. And you. 11. Okay, and me. Can we go a bit more inside? Yeah. Yeah, come. A bit more. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Right. So, can we get a group photo? Just a quick one? Okay. Yeah, just one. Right. Then we'll start with.
Professional one. You don't have kids. Professor. You have kids? Yes, I do. No one told us about kids. No one told me about kids.
This is for you. Alright, this is for you. Thank you very much. This is for you. Different gift for different people because you all have received the same. So you all have to do it.
Can't come online and put that.
The afternoon, lunchtime around 1 p.m. and then planning our comeback down.
sinayo Mr.
One, two, one, two.
Lesa sifaka noma vele. Bathi le ibambile bese le Prof.
South Africans, we make a plan. Miss the game? Not a chance. South Africa.
You're down and out, and you hurt real good. Come on over to the place I work. In all your loneliness, try to soothe. I'll play the blues for you. Don't be afraid. Come on in. Might run across some of your old friends. In all your loneliness, I'll try to soothe. I'll play the blues for you.
Colleagues, we are not going to wait for people who are outside in the interest of time. You are welcome to the first session after tea. I am Noguthula Sibiya, the Vice Chancellor and Principal of Mangosuthu University of Technology, one of the 8 UOTs in South Africa, and it is based in the province of KwaZulu-Natal in Durban. Allow me to stand on the protocol that has already been established. My role here is to steer the ship as we discuss an important topic on the importance of policy collaboration between Africa and Asia. With me, I have experts on this topic. The first one on my left is Professor Alfred Ngowi. He is the Professor Emeritus from the Central University of Technology in South Africa. Next to him, it's Professor Dr. Kadashwa Suryadi, who is the Rector from the Universitas Trisakti from Indonesia. The last one on my extreme left, or on your extreme right, is Dr. Gerald Reyes, Chairperson of External Linkages and International Affairs and Chief of the Presidential Management Staff of the University, Mindoro State University in Philippines. So each panel will have just 3 minutes to do the presentation, and once you see me doing this, it will mean wrap up within 5 to 10 seconds, because we have to stick to the time. Once all presenters have, or the panel members have made their presentations, we will all go back to our table for roundtable discussion. As previously mentioned, in each table there is a scribe, there is a leader for the discussion. And you are reminded to use the flip charts behind you to capture the most important points. So without any waste of time, I now call upon Professor Ngowi to come and do the presentation. Please give him a round of applause.
Okay. Thank you very much, Program Director. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols are observed. I'm going to introduce the importance of having policies in this kind of collaboration. So we can have collaborations, but if there are no strong and observed policies, you find that those collaborations are going to fizzle. I have 3 minutes to make a short presentation, and on this presentation, I'm going to cover the following items. The first one is a quick introduction, and then the areas where we need to make policy matters. And then I'll talk about a bit of global challenges, and then our program of action. If you look now on this slide here, it shows Africa and it shows Asia. And it shows that there is a possibility of having collaborations. But like I mentioned, you can have those collaborations, but if you don't have a framework of driving those collaborations, you find that you are not going to be sustainable. So we think that it's critical for fostering sustainable partnerships, and then we say policies provide framework, direction, and the necessary support for having those collaborations. The next slide is going to talk about why should we have policy in the first place? Why does policy matter? And then we say the first thing is that policy provides framework, resources, and direction for sustainable partnerships. The policies also ensure equity, inclusiveness, and alignment with global development goals. We all know about SDGs, and then if we, at the institutions, you don't have a policy to align yourself with the SDGs, then you find that you are not able to collaborate with others. The next slide is going to talk then about the key policy which drive partnerships in our case. There are 5 major areas. The first one is legal and regulatory framework. You really need to have that one, because if you don't have the legality of what we are doing, you realize that several times you are going to face problems, legal problems. Then we need to have funding and resource mobilization. I can't emphasize this more, because if there are no resources, all these things you are faced on. We just sit here like we are sitting, but no action can take place if there's no funding. Then we need to have a policy on equity and inclusivity, because often we find that we talk about the elites of the institutions, and we are not able to bring everybody on board. So we have to have a clear policy which brings inclusivity as well as equity. Then we need to have a policy on innovation, entrepreneurship support. Again, we talk about entrepreneurship all the time. But the question now, do you have a policy which supports such? And finally, we have to monitor what we are talking about. Anything we initiate, we have to have a clear monetary framework and make sure that when we meet next time, we are going to say, how far have you gone? But if we are not monitoring, we'll talk about so many things, and we don't get any results there. So the next slide is going to show now, how do we use policies to drive innovation and entrepreneurship? And here we say policies support the technology transfer. That's a fact. You have to have a policy for your technology transfer. They support startup ecosystems. You need to create ecosystem for startups. Otherwise, if you don't have a policy for that, you cannot have startups. And then you have entrepreneurship education, which is entrenched in the policy. If you don't have a policy for entrepreneurship education, then you'll be talking about entrepreneurship, but it is not aligned with your research and innovation. So then the next thing we say now, policies enable universities to turn research into real-world solutions. And then they said the policy, it also helps us to address global challenges. And we say then that collaborative research for global impact, where you say policies can help us now direct our effort to climate change, to health, which is a very, very pertinent issue, food security, I can't emphasize that more, and finally, renewable energy. These are critical issues which, once we have a clear policy, we're able to drive those ones. So we say this, our policy now will enable us to align our effort with the Sustainable Development Goals. So the final thing I would like here to mention here is now, what do we do? What is the call for action? We are seated here. When we finish this colloquium, the round table, we need to make sure that together we give ourselves confidence that we are able to build a brighter future for Africa and Asia. And then, as a result of this roundtable discussion, we need to conclude by giving concrete policy proposals to take us, the University of Africa and Asia, to the next table. Because if this roundtable doesn't come up with any kind of policy proposal, then I think you have failed in our actions. So I believe that during these discussions, we'll come up with something which you can say is the end of this roundtable we're able to take forward. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Kadasa Suryadi, Rector of Universitas Sakti Indonesia. Today's event remind me that in 1955, Indonesia hosted the prominent Bandung Conference, what you call Asia-Africa Conference, bringing together the two regions and leading to the emergence of various joint initiatives in the succeeding decades. The spirit of this collaboration was renewed through the launch of the new Asia-Africa Strategic Partnership in 2005 and the organization of the first ever Africa-ASEAN Business Expo in Johannesburg in 2017. It is my first point that our collaboration between Africa and Asia is very important. And also, there is a new vision of Africa policy dialogue, enhancing Africa-Asia cooperation on green minerals. I emphasize green. Today, we emphasize the problem of climate change, sustainability, etc. And the planet where we live today, it is not ours. We borrow from our young generation. We borrow from our future generation. And that's why collaboration between Africa and Asia today is very important to give opportunity to our young generation to collaborate each other. Because what we do today is not for us, but it is for our young generation. And that's why the importance of collaboration between Africa and Asia can be started by the doable action, by the workable action, such as student exchange, staff exchange, joint research, joint publication, joint conference such as today. And that's why I would like to remind another thing, that because of the fourth industrial revolution, there are 5 global challenges or 5 global trends in higher education. The first trend is democratization of knowledge and access. Everybody can have access to information and knowledge from everywhere and at any time. It is because the fourth industrial revolution. The second trend is the digital technologies become more and more dominant. We have massive open online course, online learning, hybrid, etc. And also the number 3 of the global trends is now we come to the integration between industry and academic. And that's why I think that it is very important in some aspect we collaborate between university and industry. Why? Because it is very important to give opportunity to our students to connect and to know what happened in industry since the very beginning. And this way can minimize the unemployment because they can know precisely what happened in industry since very beginning. And the trend number 4 is global mobility. Because of fourth industrial revolution, everybody can connect each other. But it is not enough connecting by online, but it needs to connect face to face. And the number 5 of the global trend is contestability of marketing and funding. Many competition to have funding resources from global society like Erasmus, Russian, etc. For example, in Trisakti University, we have already won the competition, the grant from Erasmus, from Russia Foundation, etc. So I think that UNIIC is a platform, very important platform to go together, to come to the funding sources from global sources. And also, may I have another minute, please? Just 1 minute. Okay. many things that I would like to deliver. Okay. I think that my last point that UNIIC, especially for Asia-Africa collaboration, is important to have the cross-cultural interaction between our generation, especially young generation. Why? Because when they connect since the very beginning, since very young, it will facilitate their connection in the future. Someday, our young generation will become leader in each country. And when they connect from since the very beginning, so it will facilitate the connection in the future. So UNIIC has facilitated this way. Such, for example, the competition of IoT, entrepreneurship, etc. The time is finished. Thank you.
Can I start? Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a privilege to be here today as part of the University Incubator Consortium, or UNIIC, a platform that offers a unique opportunity for development, for research, for academic exchange, innovation, and even entrepreneurship. We are deeply grateful for the collective efforts that we have brought us together here to strengthen partnership and foster connections between our regions. As institutions of higher learning, we must take pride in our role in shaping the global citizens of tomorrow, individuals who will play a pivotal role in tackling shared challenges and building a more sustainable, prosperous world for all. We know that the global landscape is definitely changing rapidly, and strategic partnership are becoming essential for addressing shared challenges and driving growth. One of the most promising collaboration between Africa and Asia. Two regions with huge potential in terms of growth, in terms of influence, and in terms of impact. Today, we'll explore why policy collaboration between Africa and Asia is critical. I will be talking about 5 key areas. First, in terms of economic growth and trade. We know that the population of Africa is around 1.4 billion, right? Asia is about 4.7 billion. It means that combining the two, we have around 6 billion consumers. And this offers immense trade opportunities. And if we enhance trade ties between them, we can provide new markets and business opportunities, especially for our youths, for the startups that we have. And we could probably maximize trade or leverage agreements such as African Continental Free Trade Area. We could also take a look into Asia's regional comprehensive economic partnerships. But we should take a look into as well investments for agriculture, for mining, and of course in terms of renewable energy. We should train our youths to engage in this kind of technology development, in this kind of investment, especially for startups, because we know that we will not be able to survive if there will be no agriculture or food on us. And another is in terms of sustainable development. We know that both Africa and Asia are committed to achieve United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. The key areas are access to energy. In the Philippines, we really don't have sufficient energy in terms of the fossil fuel sources. We need to maximize renewable energy sources. And we know that Africa is rich in renewable energy sources. The collaboration between Africa and Asia could help address that kind of problem. And then another also is in terms of joint efforts and policy collaboration and sustainable farming, food security, climate resilience in agriculture, agri-tech innovation, sustainable farming practices, water management, and clean drinking water that we can really help improve the millions of lives. Another is in terms of digital transformation and innovation. We can also look into collaboration between startups in the sectors of fintech, e-commerce, food and agriculture, and even in health sectors in both regions. So we can create cross-regional innovation ecosystem that attract investment and will foster entrepreneurship. Also, in terms of security and peace building, we know that we have to improve or to work to improve peace and stability. Collaborations in conflict resolutions and peacekeeping through platforms like Africa Union and ASEAN, we know that that is also crucial. Actually, as digital economies grow, so we also experience cybersecurity threats. So working together on joint policy framework to combat cybercrime will also strengthen security in both of our regions. And lastly, in terms of the cultural exchange and diplomacy, we know that Asia and Africa have rich, diverse cultures and histories that can provide a solid foundation for fostering greater people-to-people connections. So cultural diplomacy plays a key role in fostering understanding between Asia and Africa. We can have joint festivals, art exchanges, educational collaborations, where we can build strong people-to-people connections. Also, we could have educational exchanges and capacity building programs that will equip the next generation with the skills needed to tackle and, of course, to address global challenges. However, challenges still remain. There is geopolitical differences, infrastructure gaps, trade imbalances that we must address for collaborations to really be effective. Strengthening institutional frameworks and focusing on equal benefits from trade will ensure a fair partnership. In conclusion, policy collaboration between Asia and Africa present transformative potential by aligning on economic growth, sustainable development, digital innovation, and peace building. For the both nations, we can probably contribute to a more stable and prosperous global community. 2 thumbs up. 2 thumbs up for UNIIC for this worthy endeavor, and may we continue to build more partnership, not just for Asia and Africa, but for the people of the world. Thank you.
Colleagues, a good round of applause. Thank you so much, colleagues, for sharing these thought-provoking ideas on how we could enhance collaboration between Africa and Asia. I'm not going to waste time, but I just want to highlight a few things that came out of the 3 presentation. Professor Ngowi identified the need for us to develop a policy on collaboration that will provide framework for this collaboration. That will provide a direction in terms of the framework, resources, as well as the direction for sustainable partnership. And then the last 2 speakers, they put emphasis on the benefits of this collaboration that would benefit mainly young people. Professor Soriadi identified 5 global strengths of this collaboration as to how these will benefit the higher education institution. I'm not going to go through those 5 strengths. And Dr. Reyes, again, identified 5 key areas that we need to focus on as we continue with our discussions in our roundtable. So as I indicated, colleagues, we are now going to move back to our chairs and continue the discussions at our tables. And a kind reminder, the scribe must note the important points on the flip chart so that when it's time for us to give feedback, at least we have identified the key points. So thank you so much. I will indicate, colleagues, once we are left with 10 minutes before 5 to 12, so that we wrap up and we get ready for the next session. Thank you so much. Colleagues, you are left with 8 minutes to wrap up because we'll finish 2 minutes before 5 to 12 so as to allow the next panel to settle. So 8 minutes to wrap up. Thank you so much, colleagues. We have exhausted the time that was allocated to us. Can we move on with our program to the next panel discussion? Colleagues, thank you. We are now moving on with our discussion. May I kindly request the three panelists to join me at the front? Professor Bawa Kanyane, Professor Lee Chong, and Dr. Muhammad. Can I have the three speakers? You take the second chair, sir. The three panelists have taken their seats, colleagues. So I will just do a quick introduction. It's there in the program, but for formalities, the next session, this session is on collaborative research and innovation. And they will share their experiences from their regions. So the first panel member is Professor Bawa Kanyane. He is the chair of the Strategy Committee of Council at Mpumalanga University of University of Mpumalanga, and his substantive position, he is the executive dean from the University of Venda in South Africa. The next panel member is Professor Lee Chong, Vice President, Academic Affairs from the University of Malaysia. And then the third one, Dr. Muhammad Bohanudinudur. Pardon me if ever I did not pronounce the surname very well. The Vice Rector Academic from Universitas Trisakti from Indonesia. So as we did in the first session, each speaker will have 3 minutes, strictly 3 minutes. And if you see me doing this in South Africa, this means you stop. Thank you. Professor Kanyane, you will go first. Please, a round of applause for Prof. Kanyane.
And also to thank the University of Mpumalanga for inviting me. I'll be strictly speaking on the collaborative research that is coming through, but in the interest of time, because I don't see the slides flipping, my point of emphasis is the Africa-Asia Roundtable present a unique opportunity that we should be able to share our experiences and our insights and the strategies to make sure that we collaborate. But what is presenting in the global space is the interesting development in U.S. Africa or U.S. South Africa, issues around the executive orders, which I believe you all are aware of. So therefore, it presents us with an opportunity to strengthen the global South, relationship, and that in itself is very critical. So, be that as it may, I have just. And it has been said when we are on the policy session, reflecting on key important issues to grapple with in the continent. And I think these are not necessarily limited to what we can engage of here, is to really look globally and locally what are the critical issues that impact on us. On the Agenda 2063, what type of Africa, the Africa we want, we should be able to say these are the issues that we can present to work together with Asia or the Global South. So reference has been made about climate change, and what comes very strongly is this ESG, which is environmental and social and governance issues that we are grappling with, the just energy transition, the digital inclusions, One Health, and what is underlying matter to reflect is the indigenous knowledge systems. We cannot afford to miss the innovative way in which our indigenous arrangement in the continent play itself, because we are IKS rich. So therefore we need to research and collaborate with the Asia and exchange their knowledge system and with us, and we will be able to come with a vibrant, innovative arrangement. So it is very important, therefore, to focus in these issues. So now, as I conclude on the issues of innovation, we should think about the innovation. I think reference has been made about innovation ecosystems. We need to find a way that we can able to launch innovation hubs. They are there, but they are few in number, and we need to be very critical about it if we want to drive innovation. So therefore, I know in the university which I was in, Zhejiang University in China, they have science parks, and these innovation hubs or incubations, appreciating even the student to come with pitch decks, to come with ideations that can be supported even up to the industry, so that the technology transfer can be adapted locally and be responsive, but recognizing when the students are graduates and then they get supported through this ideation of the pitch decks. So that in itself is very important. And lastly, I think what comes very strongly to me is the student mobility and staff mobilities. And this will come, of course, through the funded arrangement, and the funding is very instrumental so that we can have the exchange programs. And in other institutions, even where I am, we have joint degree programs that can be offered to strengthen the collaborations, especially for masters and the PhDs, joint degree programs. And also with the staff exchanges, provide such a kind of capacity. So be that as it may, I think that concludes my talk. That let's identify those research agenda. The research that is informed by the research agenda in the continent as well as Asia. Thank you. Thank you.
Basically, we work with 11 US university and institutions, 9 UK institutions, 2 Australian institutions, and 2 institutions from Maldives, and 1 from Uzbekistan. Why I say this is because I want to tell you my experience on the tangible growth and profitability of how we work together, and my experience from the institution that I'm working with. Marriage is a serious matter. A cross-border marriage is not easy. Prof. Alfred just now mentioned about policy, and I start thinking. Generally, people are willing to collaborate. That is my experience working with US, Australia, UK, and the rest of the companies. That result in real growth, tangible growth, and tangible profitability to the institution. The challenges, different nations have their different model. Different institutions have different aspirations. and they are different stage of development and strength. Leadership is vital. That is my own experience. Leadership of both institutions that we collaborate is so important, despite all the policies that you mentioned. How about when the leadership no longer there? That is really, really a challenge. Based on my own experience, even the collaboration may collapse because of that. Sustaining that leaderships, I thought, is also very important. But I haven't lived old enough, like somebody in the Bible like, lived for 1,000 years. So I haven't experienced that yet. So, okay, that may bring me to the point that we need the leaders who then see beyond opportunity with a win-win model. Meaning when we start to collaborate, the leaderships who sees that is so important, rather than seeing all those, it can't work. We have different aspiration, we have different policy. So we need to find out that, and especially when we work with much more important institutions. For example, I work with UK institution. Their QS ranking was so high at one point. And we see all the minor programs that we can work together. But eventually, UCSI, UNIIC, QS ranking go beyond them. But when we have to be humble to turn around, and it works. The weakness that I see, so far we only focus on countries that use English language as the medium of conversations or medium of instructions. We haven't actually explored into, say, for example, Vietnam, Cambodia around us, which don't use English. So that is where we can see opportunity. Next, with fast AI progressions, I am very confident that the weaknesses I mentioned just now will be overcome. Next will be, did we face failure during collaboration? Can say many. The one that I mentioned are those successful cases. I do face a lot of challenges of failure. I even have to teach out a lot of academic development program. It's painful. However, one thing that make me think about what Prof. Hanks mentioned just now. Why failure? Why I mentioned about failure here? Because I do see green and yellow zones coming out. That's why I personally speak to him just now, that in our region, I can see transformations of educations that are less reliant on UK and US. That is where it has a little bit of turnaround. And even then, we depart gracefully as we fail. A lot of failure cases, if you want me to focus on failure, I can bring you tons of failure of cases that we gracefully depart. Why? Because we started correctly. We started with friendship, we started with trust, we started with respect, we started with patience. And that when we depart, we are still friends. That is how my own personal experience from the bottom of my heart. Thank you. All right.
Hello, good afternoon. Actually, I'm prepared 30 slides. I don't know how to finish for 3 minutes. Okay, let me. Hopefully, I can finish in 3 minutes. This one is our title is Research and Innovation Collaboration in Green Technical Sociopreneur. We have three. The priority, first is collaboration with the government and industry, and the second is capacity building initiative, and then the third is community focused project. This is the most important for our university, go to the innovation and entrepreneurship. And how about the collaboration? The collaboration, I think we, okay. So we have a pentahelix there. We have the collaborative between academia, and then governance, industry, community, and also the media. why the media is very important, because the media is has efficiency for the influence for our government and also for our people. That's why this one for the pentahelix, we working as Trisakti, try to be a center of hub of this pentahelix. And also we have a lot of collaboration, international and national, include UNIIC and Erasmus. Also, my rector mentioned about Eurasia. This is how to finding the activities. For those activities, we have 3 for the development center, include the community, include the how to develop the people, and also the research. And we have a center of excellence for 9 topics, include the AI, and then include the waste management, include the water management, and so on. In our case study, I prepared 5 case study, but I don't know this one I can enough cover for this time, but we freely discussion about the 5 case study. We want try to manage about the waste management. Where we go to waste management, the waste will kill us without the right management. That's the important things. We are talking about technology, we're talking about whatever, but the waste, this will kill us in the future. So, Trisakti, we have a program to waste management, and this one is by government and also university. They treat the waste to be organic and inorganic, and also improve all that waste become refuse derived fuel, also organic fertilizer, and also high protein animal feed like my goat. So the organic waste is very difficult to treat, because when we try to what you call to manage, there is a lot of people they don't not aware about the organic waste. So we create all the tools, all the technology to make it easy to manage our organic waste. From that program, we have a lot of things to be solved before, after, and how to continue the program. As we know that the major organic waste has come from food waste. There is a lot of food waste there. See, this one. We have 61% is from restaurant, and then 47% from housing, and mini market is 30 something. That's all the food waste. How to manage this? So we Trisakti, we make like tools how to manage, how to what you call make that organic matter to be useful material, like maggot, something like that. So we have also another case about how to make a paper and also wrapping from the pineapple leaf for our disability people. That's also a great program, and we have also a lot of program in SDG, working with Erasmus for Eco Green project. Student activity also we cover for that, and in my conclusion that the Eco Green project has significantly impact education, economic development, and community improvement. Our work integrated in UNDP's capacity build development framework with a pentahelix model, ensuring meaningful collaboration and sustainable innovation. Thank you very much.
A good round of applause, colleagues, for our panel members. I will just highlight one key important aspect from each presenter. Thank you, Prof. Kanyake. You highlighted the importance of student staff mobility to enhance the exchange program. which you could do by offering joint degree programs to enhance the offering of our master's and doctoral program. And Dr. Lee, he identified the importance of leadership. He indicated that if there is poor leadership, then the collaboration will definitely collapse. And Dr. Muhammad, in his presentation, he shared 3 case studies, and what I picked up from his presentation, he put emphasis on collaboration between academia, media, industry, government, and community. Just like we did, sorry? Yeah, I thought I missed one. Just like we did in the previous session, colleagues, we will go back to our table, and then we follow the same process. And when we have about 8 minutes, I will indicate so that we'll wrap up, so that we go on lunch exactly at 1 o'clock. Thank you. So the chairpersons or the leaders and the scribe, you continue doing your job, and there's a gift that you will receive at the end. Thank you.
All right, sorry, just a quick announcement. Can you just recap? All right, when you are in your table discussion, we would like the discussion to very much focus on what can be done between Asia and Africa, because we are on Asia-Africa Roundtable. All right, so what are the policies, what are the avenue, what are the collaborative, frameworks, best practices that we can actually work together. All right, so is it all right? So just a quick reminder, all right, so everybody stay tuned, all right, to the discussion. We need all the discussion by end of today. It will goes into the report, and the reports will goes to ASEAN Secretariat and Africa Secretariat. So that is how important, all right, today's discussion and tomorrow's discussion are. All right, thank you. Just a quick reminder.
Colleagues, time is up for the discussion. We will have further discussions and presentation by our scribes or session chairpersons at 3 o'clock. Colleagues, hello. Thank you. But before we go for lunch, I will invite Professor Kanayo to make few announcements. And the next session will start at 1400 hours, 2 p.m. promptly. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director. Good afternoon, all. Just a couple of announcements. We're going to have group photographs right now outside where the MOU signing took place before lunch. And for lunch, we go upstairs, and we're expected to come back here at least by 5 minutes to 2 so that we can round up quickly. And after that, if you look at the program, you'll see there is a book launch at the Toko Mayakiso Library, which is about 3 minutes or less than walk to enable you to view our iconic buildings and the scenery. Then after that, there will be a free time. And for our guests that are settled at Southern Sun, Capital, Chili Pepper, and Bundu, there will be a shuttle bus, a shuttle service, to take you back to the hotel by 5 p.m. and bring you back by 6:15 for the gala dinner. Please check your gift packs. You will see your gala dinner ticket. And for our guests at this hotel, you will be taken to the multipurpose by another shuttle by 6:15. Thank you.
perspective, cultural diversity, resilience, shared problem solving. Universities don't have to compete with each other. We have a beautiful example here of 25 universities and 11 countries. So that's just my context in terms of having to snip and cut how I use my 3 minutes. What I'd like to do for the next 2 minutes is to talk about what is a modern university, and to look at a traditional university versus a modern university. So the question that I'm asking is, what is an entrepreneurial and innovative higher education institution? And I'm going to mention a few things that I'm hoping you can take away and unpack in your tables. So I'm saying things like, we need to look at new funding models. We need to focus on employability, entrepreneurship, and the student as a consumer. Internationalization and globalization becomes really, really critical. Again, we have the perfect example in the room. New modes of engagement with stakeholders and local and regional environments. How do we measure this impact? So measuring and evaluation from an impact perspective becomes critical. And then contributions to the economic growth. You'll recall me saying that universities have a role to play in terms of the economy. There's a definition of what is an entrepreneurial HEI, which A. Gibb uses. I didn't get through half of what I want to say.
Anyway,
okay. Thank you. It speaks about how do we design and empower students and staff to demonstrate enterprise, innovation, and creativity in both teaching, research, and the third mission. I'm going to go on. I'm going to skip that from a timing perspective. So just some thoughts for you to think about in terms of what is an entrepreneurial university. It's the ability to adapt, the ability to change, and the ability for this to change to create value. So it's about creation value. It's about the production of new services and policies which are connected to socio-economical and political challenges. So research, innovation, and the new curriculum. It needs a culture change and a new way of doing things. It's about people, resources, leadership, and structure. It does impact the university inside and out. It is about being innovative, forward-looking, and value-creating, and utilizing your resources optimally. It's not always about building new things. Often people think about innovation and they think about you have to build something new. But it's about relabeling, and it's using what exists. So it's about resource optimization. It's about partnership and collaboration and connecting dots that we may not normally connect. So it's about developing efficient systems that can support research and innovation. What are some of the challenges? I spoke about culture change, so we need a structure that will support this. It's complex, it needs people, several components that will support it. Collaboration and partnership across campus becomes really critical. In closure, I'm going to jump to a question and then just some points that I think you need to think about. So the question that I have is, what does it mean to be an entrepreneurial, innovative higher education institution? What are the defining characteristics? And are there already entrepreneurial higher education institutions from which we can learn? I do want to say that this is complex, it's not easy. It will mean different things for different people. Each university, each partnership, each collaboration must develop their own definition. The important thing is that the definition is shared and owned by all. And then 7 success factors in closing for what an entrepreneurial ecosystem should look like. And I think we've heard previous speakers speak about the importance of leadership. Strong programmatic and faculty leadership, sustained commitment over a long period of time, commitment of substantial financial resources, commitment to continuing innovation and curriculum, and then an appropriate infrastructure which is committed to building the extended enterprise and achieving critical mass. I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So there are a lot of challenging questions as posted by our panel discussant. Now we have our second panelist. We have Dr. Edwell Gumbo, the Director, Entrepreneurship Development in Higher Education, Universities, South Africa. Sir?
Thank you. And good afternoon. Yeah, I'm going to share from our experiences, collective experiences from the South African ecosystem. I coordinate entrepreneurship in all the 26 universities in South Africa, looking at what collaborative approaches to entrepreneurs we have witnessed and we advocate for. We always talk about the quadruple helix. I think in the previous presenters, one spoke about the pentahelix helix structure, where instead of you've added the media to your university, government, civil society, and industry partnership. So the key question when look at collaborative approaches to entrepreneurship is, who are the key stakeholders? Obviously, within a university sector, you've got the university students, you've got the academics, and you've got the industry. Because the industry, in most cases, we're providing a pipeline of skilled personnel that will be absorbed by the industry. But what we're also seeing now, we're seeing these people not directly going to the industry. I'm talking about entrepreneurs now, where people who create and start their own industries and their own jobs. This is where you start seeing another important stakeholder, who is the funder, investor, you can call it venture capitalist or angel investor, who takes the early risk. So one of the, I think, questions that I will throw, or a challenge to say, how do we create a de-risking fund? Somebody who take a risk early on to fund that risk, to fund the development of that idea. Because normal investors, like your venture capitalists, they look at validated businesses where there is a developed prototype. But within our universities, within our innovators, we need to know that early development. How do we support that? So how do we leverage existing structures and existing resources? In South Africa, I think I'll speak even on the continent, we have a challenge of resources. We don't come from a resource base that is wide. So how do we use the existing resources and structures to support entrepreneurship and collaborate, even using government resources or the government structures? Now, and how then do we link academia to industry to ensure that our students and faculty are engaged with real-world entrepreneurial challenges? They are solving real challenges. One of the definitions of entrepreneurship, they say entrepreneurship is about identifying a problem and coming up with a solution to it. So we need to link academia to real-world challenges and problems so that they provide, research-based entrepreneurial ventures. And how do we collaborate with industry to provide industry experience, to embed actually into our curriculum the needs of industry, provide internship, cooperative funding that I've already mentioned, taking the early risk and the partnership. And how do we bring, multi-stakeholders to collaborate, what we started with on policy, institutional support, the regional and global partnerships, and how do we embed entrepreneurship into the curriculum so that entrepreneurship is not only taught in the faculties of commerce, but it's embedded right across in the teaching of our medical doctors, teaching of engineers, even in commerce, in arts, in the teaching of our educators. How do we embed entrepreneurship into the curriculum? And then the interface of industry and academia. And then the research collaboration. How do we drive or ensure and enable the commercialization of some of our research that is solving our challenges? How do we turn, as I've mentioned, that research into viable commercial ventures that may end up bringing an additional revenue stream to our universities, actually? If you talk about spin-offs, how do we do that? How do we, in this partnership, Asia, Africa, the two continents, how do we leverage from the resources from the two continents, from the structures that already exist, without creating new structures that will require additional funding? How do we leverage off, as I've mentioned, the existing structures? And the financial and investment collaboration. How do we attract the investors to have a conversation with our innovators? In our research days, do we talk to each other as academics only without bringing industry stakeholders, without bringing potential investors and funders? How do we bring them closer to the university so that they may be aware of the research output that is coming out of our universities through maybe our tech transfer offices? How do we open that up? Yes, the IP may reside in the university that will, in South Africa, that will hold it on behalf of the state because it's an output of state funded. But how then do we open up and bring additional partners that will enable and ensure that it is commercialized? And then lastly, just 30 seconds, I'll be done. When you look at this collaborative approach, how do we work with academics that they've produced amazing research? It's what they have known most of their life. How do you start introducing them to this new animal called entrepreneurship? You're asking them to integrate this new thing. This is, I'll give an example. Maybe this is a professor of fluid engineering, fluid mechanics for 20, 30 years. Now you're asking them to integrate embed entrepreneurship. How do we do that? Now we're talking about practically now. How do we do that? It means now we need to bring them closer. Is it capacity building for our academics so that at least they are aware of what is happening, and then they'll be able to support their students and the research output so that we get to a point where we solve our pressing challenges with viable entrepreneurial ventures. I thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. There's a lot of questions and challenge for us to do. Then we have our third panelist this afternoon. We have Dr. Jason Ramirez, the Director for Technology, Business Incubation and Development, Occidental Mindoro State College, Philippines. Sir, let's give them a hand.
Hello, mic test. Good afternoon. So I'll just use this mic. Good afternoon to everyone. So I would like to start. Hello? Hello. Good afternoon once again to everyone. I would like to start by asking a question. Is it possible? Can you just repeat what I said? Is it possible? So there are three things that I'm going to consider today. First, lack of access to education. Second, unemployment. Third, poverty. And these are common challenges that we experience today, correct? And would you believe that these three problems that we're encountering right now can be solved by entrepreneurship? So let's find out. So we know already that entrepreneurship is a vital force. It is a vital force that drives economic development, innovation, and societal progress. As the world challenges are rapidly changing, the need for entrepreneurs to identify opportunities, solve problems, create value becomes more crucial. While entrepreneurship drives progress, we can consider that no business operates in a vacuum. Collaboration is a key ingredient for success. So the question is, what are the different collaborative approaches for entrepreneurship? Let us use the acronym UNIIC to answer this question. First, U. U stands for Unified Vision and Shared Goals. You know, I would like to share a story. When I first took on the role of a director, one of the early challenges was guiding our incubatees in aligning their vision and goals. I remember working with a micro business in the Philippines that had brilliant founders but struggled with direction. After several deep conversations, we helped them establish a unified vision, one that connects their passion for innovation with the real-world problems they aimed to solve. It was a profound reminder that collaboration starts with a shared purpose. When everyone understands the why, everything else falls into place. Second letter is N. N stands for networking and strategic partnerships. You know what? In my early years, I didn't realize how much networking could fuel growth. We came in the Philippines, we traveled more than 12 hours just to go here in South Africa, and you know, today, this experience will give us global connections. This partnership will expand our reach and of course will create new opportunities for our startups in the Philippines, teaching the true value of building relationships and collaborations across borders. Third, this is for the IIC, Inclusive, Innovative Community. You know, my dear colleagues, building a community of entrepreneurs is one of the most rewarding parts of our lives. Over the period, I have seen our startups support one another through shared resources, mentorship, and even collaboration. With this, I can say without a doubt that collaboration has been the key. It has been the key to unlock the full potential of every entrepreneur we will encounter. And with this, as what Henry Ford states, community or coming together is a beginning. Keeping together is a progress, and working together is success. My dear colleagues in UNIIC, let us continue to connect, innovate, and grow together and solve the societal problems that we're encountering. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So Dr. Jason doesn't want to have to use his 1 minute, remaining 1 minute. No, okay. So shall we give them a round of applause for a very informative and challenging presentations? No, as panelists, there are a lot of questions for us to answer. Okay. In the first discussion, Dr. Sherlyn Duncan told us about the problems in terms of unemployment, the kind of graduates that we are producing. So maybe it's high time for us to think as to how we can make a 360 degrees change in terms of our curriculum. That is for us to produce graduates that could really help our community. Then we also have, this is a good input also, converting traditional university into a modern university. And what is your discussion of what is your idea about this? How we can do it? That is a great challenge. No? Another is, of course, in terms of stakeholders. This is also very good. No? When Dr. Edwell Kumbo told us about, we have to think about our stakeholders. Who are they? We have to do that through environmental scanning. Who are our supporters? Who are our enemies? Who are our funders? All these things. We've learned in education that we have more than 11 stakeholders. At least one institution must have at least more than 11 stakeholders who can support in all our programs. So that is for number 2. Another is this, for our the last presenter, just look into the acronym UNIIC, the UNIIC. No? I hope you can still remember that. So what are those things? And that serves also a challenge for us. That's why we are here. And this is also the importance of collaboration. No, just imagine meeting people with great minds, with great ideas, and I hope we could make a difference into our respective countries, into our respective institutions. Thank you so much. I hope you will also enjoy your discussion per table. So you may now go back to your table. Let's have a round of applause.
Even
Hello, everyone. You still have 5 minutes for your wrap-up? Hi. So you still have 5 minutes for your wrap-up per table, and we'll have presentations later. At exactly 3 p.m., we will start with a presentation per table that will be facilitated by Dr. Canayo. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Let's round up. Let's round up. We'll have 5 minutes to round up before we go to the presentations.
Make sure, can they remove the things after all the presentations? It will be disruptive.
Okay.
And we only have five minutes,
Yeah,
isn't it?
yeah.
Yes.
After the presentations.
Oh, not for all, not individual.
Okay.
Otherwise it will be
Okay.
disruptive.
Yeah, tell Melody, please.
Okay.
After the presentation, we'll remove and keep. Good afternoon. Can we settle down? We are the last lap of the afternoon. We'll be giving 5 minutes to each table to make a presentation of what you've discussed since morning. And we've asked you to write your names for us. It's important because we want to acknowledge everybody sitting here in the report for day 1. We'll also do that tomorrow for day 2 in our report to acknowledge every person that will be present. So table 1 will come to the podium, 5 minutes, give a summary of all the panel discussions. Table 2 will follow suit, so that gives us till 15:45. And afterwards, we will collect all these papers because we will now start the main work to start writing a report on what has transpired today.
So these are the names of scribe for each table and the presenter.
Yeah, they can just choose. So each table, send your presenter to come to the podium, and 5 minutes. My clock starts ticking now. Yeah, start timing now.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you very much. Greetings, all protocol observed. To the chairperson of council at the University of Mpumalanga, Mr. Sabelo Mahlalela, Professor Y. Ngwebu, Dr. Mdu Wenkosi Chili, Dr. Muhammad Burna Nudino, and our humble giant, Professor Maekiso, who had to step out quickly for the preparation of the next event. Thank you very much. I speak here on their behalf. We do acknowledge the rich experience of the multifaceted and mutually beneficial cooperation, recognizing that higher education is among the basic system forming institutions of society and civilization, which should be aimed at the development of knowledge, values, skills, and attitude. Therefore, promotion of research and development and cooperation. Emphasis is placed more on the following: access into information. How do we share information and technologies? In terms of the policy framework, areas of collaboration in our control, we need to revisit the agreements signed between the African Union and Asian as well as BRICS. What are the things that practically could be implemented as areas of collaborations? Curriculum has to be approved and guided by the bilateral agreements between countries. Given an example in Taiwan, we spoke about Taiwan and Eswatini, whereby there are a number of scholarships afforded to the African students by the government. Therefore, they came up with a policy of 2-2. If in a program of 4 years, 2 years will be spent locally and 2 years at the other country. There in existence is a political framework that guides that bilateral agreements. I will have to be very quick, therefore singing. You will pardon us because of time. Looking into the policy advocacy, what are the things that we are taking home out of this conference or roundtable? We have a lot to acknowledge in terms of technology, digital transformation, innovation in terms of mining and engineering, as well as green energy. We also spoke about or acknowledged the smart agriculture, the cyber security. For example, we were made to realize that in Taiwan, they experience at least 2.4 million times attack in one day. It means that if you are to deal with such quantum, you have no choice but to adapt. Therefore, there's a lot for us to learn in that space. Joint submission of funding proposals, policy advocacy. It means that as universities, we have an opportunity to influence frameworks, but not necessarily to effect its immediate changes. That is a very important that we had to take into consideration. Into the second panelist, we looked into the joint programs. The highlights or the emphasis was more around leadership, whereby it was very important to understand the continuation of what we are beginning here today. We realize that universities are empowered to manage their own businesses outside the government. The University of Mpumalanga, for example, they've indicated that they have sessions whereby on a regular basis they would then get to brief the council so that we continue with the objective of the consortium. It should never be about the personalities, but rather about the principles of the project. How do we ensure that founding members remain relevant as to handing over the baton? We should also acknowledge that at all material times, we should institutionalize commitment. That's why it should be based on principles rather than personalities. The last point, which is the entrepreneurship, we acknowledge that it should be embedded in the curriculum. As it is done here by the University of Mpumalanga, that not only BCom students are empowered in terms of business management, we also are worried in terms of how quickly do universities adjusting to the fourth industrialization as well as artificial intelligence. Whether graduates are still relevant, are they able to fit in the world of producing graduates who are not going to be absorbed by the market? We heard earlier on the speaker mentioning that together as Africa and Asian, we make up 6 billion of this world. What are we doing? Because data is the new gold. How do we harness that? And collaboration in that areas, particularly in the area of research development, is definitely something that we should invest in. In closing, a timekeeper, I'd like to just give an overview of the organization that I represent, which is Subsoil Africa, a consortium of mining universities in Africa and Russia. Our offices are based in Russia, whereby at the university, at the St. Petersburg Mining University in Russia, 80% of the university's money is actually made from the industrial, not necessarily from academia, because the university is the hub of the research and development. Therefore, in closing, to acknowledge that in inviting the business to be part of the curricula is the way to go, because we have to align whatever that we are doing with what is expected in the market. If we take, for example, the Namibia, in 2023, they the parliament passed a law that prohibits the country to export minerals its raw format. Now, as much as it is the government, it was through the University of Namibia and NAST that pioneer that research to ensure that at the end of the day, it benefits the country, therefore entrepreneurship, as well as alleviating poverty in the nutshell. Thank you very much.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, from Group 2, since the beginning of the sessions. Okay. Thank you. In the beginning of the session, from the first presenters in the panel list, we came up with the following way forward: that we need to start Asian African startup opportunities. We need to look at the areas of common interest between Asian universities and African universities, and then we capitalize on them and enable our students to develop startups. We need to take advantage of the entrepreneurship ecosystems between Asian framework and AU framework, and then we identify key issues so as to enhance the partnership and the collaboration within AA collaboration. If I say AA, it means Africa-Asia collaboration. We need to involve social innovation that will base on providing education related to population. We understand that Africa and Asia has a very big population. In itself, it can work on our own advantage. Then we need to identify common issues among the two regions, such as climate change, infrastructure, food security, energy or sustainable energy, digital education, and particularly AI involvement in our daily lives. By identifying these areas, we can capitalize by telling our students where the startups or where the partnerships or where the entrepreneurship mind should be based. By looking at these key areas that are common between Africa and Asia, we can then find ways to get funding from different external stakeholders. Then what can be done about collaboration, research, and innovation? We came across three key issues: that we need to design an MOU for staff and students' mobility to involve key executive members of the university. From the presenter that highlighted importance of leadership, we suggest that vice chancellors and DVCs should be the key leaders in our collaboration, so that if we decide to have 2 vice chancellors from African universities and 2 vice-chancellors from Asian universities, then we can be able to command this collaboration to move forward, as VCs can command deans, directors, heads of departments, etc., and things will work in a better way. Then we say that we need to ease the movement between students and staff, just from the explanation from some of us who couldn't find visa, for instance, to come to South Africa. So in our MOU, we need to involve government officials in policies so that we can enhance movement among ourselves and our students. Then we need to buy the replication from CFERI of University of Mpumalanga, which allows students only to operate within mini campuses. To some of us, this is something that is really new. We need to take it back to our home. That the university encourages students to invest, to have small businesses by using the university premises. This is something that really needs to be applauded for the University of Mpumalanga. Then we need to upgrade our curriculum, just from the last presenter, and this is also something very common, that our curriculum should not only emphasize on employability, rather on entrepreneurship mind. So there are key issues that we need to unlearn within our education system, that to create students that will focus on reducing unemployment and reducing poverty through their own involvement within economic development and activities. For instance, we can buy assets to the students or equipment so that they can start up small. And the university works with the industry in securing funding to uplift the students when they are still at the university and after their graduation. We need to capitalize on alumni database, because some of our alumni are the most rich people in our communities, so that we can enhance the avenues for funding. We need to emphasize on the relevance of university and industry collaboration, because the university is the key area for knowledge, and the industry could be the most resourceful person for funding. So if we can link the two, we can push forward our MOU and also our proposals to be more fruitful. Finally, about collaboration approaches. We need to link the entrepreneurship as a compulsory course, whether in STEM or humanity or languages or education. But it should be a key course within all the students and could be taken from the second year of their studies when they're already familiar with their program. Okay, what about an entrepreneurship university? What does it mean? To us, we unpacked it by starting programs that are pro-entrepreneurship, to build businesses on campus, and to promote staff and students to become entrepreneurs. And also to emphasize on the resources that are available, which can favor entrepreneurship mind. So as educators, we need to start telling students that our countries are rich in minerals, they are rich in land, arable land, so that they can start thinking at an early age on how to capitalize that and to become self-employment by promoting entrepreneurship mind. Then the issue of policies, that we can't avoid it by involving the government officials for policy designing, where staff and students can be supported to create their own businesses. I think this is enough. Thank you very much for listening.
Tomorrow afternoon during the tour, you have the opportunity to visit the center and see firsthand the studentpreneurs, what they do. There will be an exhibition at the center tomorrow afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm standing on the established protocol. At least the two teams have already indicated some of the aspects that we covered in our table. But I think there are issues that we want to bring to your attention. We feel that to avoid some of the issues that we raised regarding immigration, we need to lobby our governments as the consortium. The consortium mustn't be just among the universities themselves. The government must be aware of this, so that when there is a need for us to travel, there is some kind of involvement of the consortium. we also need to familiarize ourselves with general policies on education in the countries that are part of this consortium, so that when we know that we're going to travel to Philippines, for example, we know what the issues are in the Philippines when it comes to immigration. Another aspect when it comes to policy collaboration has to do with involvement of students across the country, the exchange, academic exchange of students. But now we need to start to looking at joint problems that are faced by our countries. We mustn't just focus on South African problems or Philippines problem or Indonesia. We should start discussing issues that are problematic so that we can now bring in entrepreneurship to solve them. Some of them might be common and might be mutual. Some of them might be unique to our individual countries. So that is our approach to the policy formulation, that governments of our countries must be involved. Now, when it comes to the issue of research and innovation collaboration, we focused on good practices. We realized that some countries have got agencies that are combined when it comes to research, innovation, and others have got different entities that deal with those separately. For example, in South Africa, there is National Research Foundation that focuses mainly on research development, and we've got Innovation Agency that focuses on innovation, and we've got NIMPMO that focuses on issues of IP protection, and we've got CEDA that focuses on issues of business development in terms of support. But when it comes to other countries like Indonesia, you've got a different approach to that. There is a similar agency that deals with issues of proposals and research, but in terms of funding is done by another agency, that is the Endowment Fund. And we find that now when it comes to similarities, Philippines and Indonesia have got a similar approach to how research or innovation or entrepreneurship is supported. So, and then you find that also Taiwan, to some extent, has got a similar approach to how these things are done. So in a way, we felt that for us to collaborate effectively, we need to understand each other's way of approaching these activities. That is the message coming from our group. But now the last part will be delivered by Madam President. Thank you.
Actually, we divided the presentation. They gave me the assignment for the last topic. So, for us to transform the university into a modern university, there is a need for us to capacitate the faculty, the teachers, the staff, as well as the students. And we need also to revise the curriculum to align with what is the need of the industry, because we have to know our stakeholders. And our curriculum should be aligned with their needs. Research should also be aligned with the needs of the society, then link with the needs of the stakeholders. So, and also we could have mentorship and networking, and more on collaboration so that we can help one another to solve our problem and help the community. That's all, and I thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So, first, before I start, I would like to acknowledge for everyone's effort in my table in order to curate this discussion. Uh, okay, for the panel discussion, for the first discussion for the policy framework, in order for us to deliver or create a strong policy, we have first to understand the existing policy of the two regions. We cannot just change it so that we could able to align and supplement the new policy that we wanted to create. And then, of course, we need to conduct need assessment and industry gap analysis. We have to really identify what are the needs for each country. And of course, as mentioned also by the table 2, we have to identify the common areas and identity of the two regions in order for us to create a policy. Then, of course, it's very important the intergovernment linkages and HEI collaborations. What are the policy focuses on? Of course, the legality and regulatory framework. It's very crucial in creating new policy. Then the funding resource and mobilization. Then the equity and inclusivity, the innovation and entrepreneurship. And of course, the monitoring and evaluation of this policy. Of course, we have to validate the policy we created. Then next, we agreed with these three areas to focus on first. First, the SDG, the education, and the entrepreneurship. In the terms of, for the second discussion, what are the potential researches and collaboration between the Africa and Asia? First, we have identified the existing industry in both regions. It's a good thing that we have an Asia and Africa in our table. So, the researchers that we have focusing on are the green economy. It's a very trending right now. The agriculture, the climate change. As I've heard before that, we're doing this not for us but for the next generation, as mentioned by Sir. Then the renewable energy. Between Asia and Africa is really needing the renewable energy sources because it is already damaging our earth. Then the health, of course. Then the indigenous knowledge system. So in the Philippines, we are giving highlight and importance with the indigenous people because we believe that no one should be left behind. Then the security and community peace building. Then the ICT for community and safety as we are embracing the industry 4.0, 6.0 for some areas. We should be very vigilant on the our security. Then the value chain between the incubation and entrepreneurship. Then for the last discussion, to address the several questions given by the panelists, this is what we have created. First, we need to create a strong entrepreneurial ecosystem within the university. For example, in terms of the policy, in terms of the market, we have, because the one of the panelists said, we have to really identify who is our stakeholders. And to do that, we need to conduct an eco mapping. Next, establish university-based technology-based business incubator so that we could really, actually the universities have lot of researchers actually, but it's remaining the shelf because there is no office focusing for the technology transfer for the businesses. That is why now in the Philippines, government are now have already 55 universities funded to create a technology business incubator that focuses on commercializing the researches among the faculty, commercializing the thesis idea of the students so that in the, we are already linking them into the industry while they are studying. So they, we are now promoting not employability but job creation through business incubation. Then of course, developing an innovation hub. So we need, in the university, we need to create a science park or fab lab so that all ideas must be, to have a prototype. Then, of course, capacitating the student and faculty through exchange programs. We believe that each universities have their own strength, and after identifying the needs of each universities, we now identify where university we could go so that we can improve what we are lacking. Then, it is one of the most important, exposing academic lecturer to the industry to have practical experience. Because not all, but majority of faculty are more focused in the books, in the theory. But now, as we discussing this, it is already the needs that all faculties must be exposed to the industry. So that's all for our group. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, everyone. All protocols observed. My name is Blessing Sunday. I am a stakeholder today, CEO of La Grace Properties. I'm a leader of the South Africa Council of Businesswomen and a Global Institute Southern Africa coordinator. So when I'm presenting this, I'm not presenting it from the academia perspective. I'm presenting it as a serial entrepreneur that is also a student at a university. Everyone at Table 5 contributed to this, and thank you, gentlemen, for abusing me. Okay. Our key points were the legal regulatory framework, funding resource mobilization, equity and industry, and innovation and entrepreneurship support, monitoring and evaluation. We started by noting the challenges, which the first challenge we noted was the legislative challenge, because the 4 people that have come ahead of me have said a lot. We are just pointing out the points. Legislative challenges, which we said each and every university in each country must approach their home office or their ministers of home affairs to iron out these issues and to let them know that there will be activities between certain countries. And then the complexity of different cultures, which we called cultural intelligence or cultural diversity. This, we know that the cultures are different. It might be a challenge because of different cultural backgrounds and characteristics, but we also know that there's a way to solve the challenge. Climate change impact has already been noted. Our first solution is collaboration, strategic policy document with common set goals that align and guide the partnership. So there will be collaborations, and we noted that in those policy documents, each and every country must state what are the guidelines for visa policies and so on and so forth, so that before there is any traveling in the policy document, there's already issues that are tabulated. And then we talk about constant monitoring and evaluation. Whatever policies that are set up, they should constantly be checked. For us here in South Africa, we know that our legislation can change at the drop of the hat. Tomorrow morning, we might not have visas. It's possible. And then we talk about the benefits of collaboration. When we look at the cultural intelligence, diversity, it is an opportunity for the young generation to grow up with such a culture and diversity. A lot of us here in Africa, our children are not exposed. So that collaboration that is in place is going to open up our children and open up the young adults to what other cultures are and to what is expected as an international student. And then we've got the achievable objectives, which is the student exchange programs. These should start as you have already collaborated. As soon as you start, there should be students exchange programs so that the students can know how other countries are doing it. And then we talk about the joint conferences as such that we are in today,
Those should continue to be done to foster the collaboration and enjoy the benefits. Engagement of different role players for funding. I'm part of the funding group for the Global Institute, which is an African diaspora and US trade industry that we are busy with. So we were suggesting that the collaboration must actually have a person from each and every university or each and every country that is going to be in the funding committee. And the funding committee must actively meet online teams because looking for funding is a full-time job. So it has to be done for everything to be sorted. So I'm being told that my time is out. The rest has been spoken.
So hi everybody, I'm not going to repeat a lot of things that was already said, and I know this is going to be part of the report. So I think just for the first section around policy, it's important to keep policy simple. Policy can be something that becomes quite complicated. We're not all equipped to be developing policy, and so we're advocating for a framework in terms of how do we operate together within this partnership. I think there are policy pieces, but let's be clear about how that fits into all of this. So our question or our suggestion is that we shouldn't be waiting for policies either. Policies evolve over time. What is the framework? How can we get this going? And what are the things that we're going to be doing? I'm not going to read through all of this. There's a lot of things that we thought was critical that we could add. But that's my bit on policy. We went as far as to develop a framework, and I'm not going to go into that because it's going to take up my time, but just to say the importance of the 6 billion consumers and the importance that the informal economy and small business plays in this discussion. E-commerce, e-marketing, how do we capitalize on that youth bulge? I'm just using buzzwords that we use throughout the day, but how do we capitalize on that? We have a model that we suggested, and we think it's something that we can investigate within this platform. Then to go on to the research agenda, I think a lot has been spoken about mapping out the research agenda. What does that look like? What's critical? What are the things that we can do? But very important is student mobility around this. Critical South African students, I can only speak from a South African perspective, are never able to travel and enjoy. And yes, technology can be utilized from virtual incubators, but how do we actually address this challenge around student and staff mobility and the importance of that? Partnering with Erasmus Mundus and other such institutions, how does that become a critical component in terms of what it is that we do? Internationalization, critical point. We all operate in international partnerships very, very different. What are the strengths of our institutions? Do we need to compete? No. How do we work together from a regional perspective? How do we capitalize on this so that collectively we can be intentional about how we deal with internationalization? Failure, very critical. Sometimes we think if we don't get things right, we failed. Yet we want to teach our students the competency of failure. Failure is very critical in this conversation as well. Leadership, recognizing the importance of leadership in internationalization. What are the things that we need to do? I think there's been a lot of talk about academics leadership. How do you bring industry closer? Is capacity development and training critical? Very, very critical things for us to answer. Read our report in the paper. Lots of suggestions around how we can do that. We also saw this helix. Can I have 30 seconds, please? Thank you. We saw this helix model. We went to ChatGPT and we asked for what's a creative name for this. We did come up with a name, which I can't see now. Team, please help me. But this important thing about looking at this helix model and the importance of media advocacy, thought leadership, and how critical that is, because many people are grappling with what we've heard early this morning, 25 universities, 11 countries. From a thought leadership perspective, how do we do that? And in closure, the whole question around the traditional university versus the modern university, what does that mean for us? Again, written a whole lot of things, but a quick list to close. Ecosystems are critical. What is ecosystems for entrepreneurship? Business coaches in the classroom and the role of entrepreneurs in the classroom. Curriculum development, I think there's been a lot of talk about that. I'm not going to go into that. Current University Act, what are some of the restrictions around the current University Act? And should the question be university to industry or industry to university? Internship programs, and then the TVET and the university conversation is also critical. Thank you for listening to me. You can find me and my wonderful team available to talk through any of these topics that I rush through. Thank you very much.
All protocol observed. I'll just pick up some of the points that were not mentioned. Okay, one of them, when it comes to policies, it was we should be more focused and look at the Agenda 2063 when it comes to our policies. And then it must be agile, that is respond to emerging technologies when it comes to our policies. And then, of course, they must also support entrepreneurship. And then in academia and industry, that government and the industry and the university should work together so that they fund, for example, proposals whereby it will lead to knowledge, innovation, commercialization, as well as social impact. And then another point, it was also expand the free trade Africa-Asia that way so that we increase our growth when it comes to our businesses. And then also encourage collaboration that competition that will minimize, for example, competition. We have different groups that are actually going to go out and ask for funding. So why don't they come together and then thereafter go and ask for funding, which is going to help when it comes to the entrepreneur. And then another point, it is mobility, entrepreneurship, exposure between the two countries, that is two continents, Asia as well as Africa, in that we should be sending other people from this side to go and look at what is actually happening in Asia and then bring people this side as well so that they also learn from what we're actually doing. And not only that, but it should also be done with the students. And then come up with science innovation and hubs, whereby we will expand that particular idea. The example of please call me, that could have been done by a student. So there are other things that we can also do in the universities, whereby take an idea, work on it, and if at all Asia comes in and expand on it, it will still be that idea from this particular group, for example, or from the continent. And then also work on indigenous medicine. We're talking about medicine from China. What about our own when it comes to Africa? What are we doing with it? Let's also expand on that. That is, the two work together so that we learn how are they doing their medicines in Africa, in Asia, and then we also do it in Africa. They should actually help us on that. And then when it comes to leadership, it should be institutionalized. It should not just be the issue of the vice chancellor only, but there should be a section or there could be a department whereby they will work together so that even if whoever the VC leaves, it will still continue and they'll continue with it, sustainability. And of course, when it comes to, there must be some deliverables. We shouldn't just, it's institutionalized and that is it. Deliverables must be there. The time frame must be there, that what have we actually come up at this particular time. And then, of course, research must also be prioritized. That is, before funding. If at all there's some funding in the university or funding from the industry, let's come up with that particular research. It must be biased, purposeful, so that at the end of the day, other people are going to benefit from it. I'm almost done. And then collaboration, share innovation and technology, using emerging technologies, share innovation, share knowledge and skills for embedding to other fields. That is, other faculties must also learn about entrepreneurship. And then there should be collaboration between the university, there should be collaboration between the universities when they do the staff members, when they do research, so that at the end, they are actually able to expand. Somebody else will pick up that idea and expand on it if there is that collaboration between the staff members. Finally, training of trainers so that there's a change of mindset from the normal way we've been doing research, but now let's look at it differently and let the staff members also be trained on how to go about when it comes to entrepreneurship. Thank you.
Good afternoon at this heaven hour. So quickly, because now this is good, I can miss all the points and say it is already said. We agree with all the presenters that yes, the universities can have their own policies, especially on entrepreneurship and innovation, but there should be an overarching partnership agreement. And this partnership agreement should really also consider the local communities to be part of that agreement, as we can tap into the local knowledge of our communities. We also talked about, we listened from the others that there is always a handover challenge when leadership change. We propose that there should be a clause in those policies that have strategic intent why that policy was developed, so that that can be handed over properly. Then also we noticed that policies are very complex theoretical documents. We are proposing that we can always use these emerging technologies, visual reality, to simulate what will happen if the policy is complied with and what would happen if the policy is not complied with, so that people can see the implications. Then also we notice that at times we are not expert in developing policies. We need to capacitate people also to develop policies. Now going back to the research and development, we propose that we should areas in university rankings. At times that's create a barrier that we don't want to work with a certain university from a certain rank. And we liked what one of the presenters represented, that let's start with respecting each other, values, friendship, after the project that can sustain. Then also on joint research publication, and what came out very interesting is the startup. If a company startup is in both continents, it has a great potential for both markets, in both continents, in Africa, in Namibia. Sorry, in Asia. And then on collaboration for entrepreneurship, rethinking universities, modern universities. The thing that came out strong there is also this industry-university partnership. That already needs to be unpacked, a new paradigm shift, because that's already saying that, okay, company for employment. But perhaps that should be an opportunity for a company to come on board and say, listen, I'm willing to invest in a new startup. I'm willing to put infrastructure so that the new company can be set up. So we need to bring that awareness to others. And also, very important, how do we measure our impact on this entrepreneurship? We said that if we increase the quality of living, and also really for us to have a repository of all our incubators, pre-incubators, and really track the challenges that we have encountered, so that we can best learn from that. Thank you so much.
All protocol observed. On behalf of Table 9, because we agree with all the contributions made, I'll just be short. So, panel discussion number 1, policy collaboration. We want to emphasize on this, the political relationships between the countries as a consortium, so that we can reduce the visa problems and all that stuff. Then please, as a consortium, we should adopt maybe a universal template for the MOUs, with all the jargon and junk going to the MOAs, so that we can have a simple language. Then on the panel, the second panel is, we have got the collaborative research. So we agree on everything said, but we have to emphasize on the leadership. Please, let's be transparent, have transparent leadership, so that the succession can be known, so that the projects cannot be stopped once they start. So we need proactive leaders. You saw the UMP Vice Chancellor was here. We don't need leaders who are wheelbarrows, they will need to be pushed. Then the third session was on the collaborative approaches. So let's switch the entrepreneurship, such that we really have to know who and how and what should be taught in this entrepreneurship. It's not everybody who can teach entrepreneurship, right? So let's be specific, who should do that and what content. Then lastly is the integration between faculties. Let's not make entrepreneurship be maybe one faculty. Let's integrate into different faculties among our institutions. Otherwise, all the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much, colleagues. I think we are doing well on time. The tea is served outside. Could we take 5 minutes for the tea? Then the boss is outside also to take those who want to go down to the library for the book launch. Those who can walk can also walk. It's a 2 minutes walk. And also note that at the library, we've provided a small cocktail before the book launch. So we are doing well on time. We can quickly have tea, then move to the library for the book launch. Thank you.